Test. Hello. Welcome to the Kani chat. Kani stream, rather. Raz, dwa, test indeed. On the play. And it's kinda poor, but... What if my opponent plays a grindy deck and I wouldn't want to mulligan? And if they play Tron or Mirror, I'm on the play, so I'll top deck Amulets and... I'll go turn 2, explore Amulet, then I copy Amulet, turn explore, win on turn 3. A, dziękuję, Xerkuwa, dziękuję. Chat, to those of you who are unaware, I guess, of my exact status in the Magic the Gathering Pro Play. System. I won an RCQ this Sunday in sealed. Holy shit, what a deck that was. This was my top 8 draft deck. So I will be in Lille. I skipped one RC, but will not skip the upcoming one. Play Forest. If I draw Saga and my Explore gets countered, then I would rather to have sequenced my lands this way. Blackcleave Cleaves pass. Okay. Opponent with a similar strategy to me, which is to keep anything. They move to 6, so that's not really true. Drew the Ringster, so now bounce land. Hello, Lisserk. Unfortunately, I am not qualified for Amsterdam. I was not even qualified for the respective RC. Congrats on your success, though, and I wish you the best of luck. It's kind of weird that the US RC just happened less than a month before that. So now, if you want to go, you have to plan a overseas trip less than a month in advance. Scheduling is a bit puzzling. Nice move, not flashing Bowmasters immediately. I will be in Amsterdam to play side events indeed, yes, so... If you really would like to support Lizard, you can watch the child for the Amsterdam weekend. Yeah, that's true.
He's a phenomenal control player.
Yeah, sure. Play the modern 75k. Yes, I'm actually registered for that already. A freelance for 5. I can trigger Valakut once. Let's explore first. I mean, just playing a Titan next turn is not particularly great. Can pack twice, but do I have enough mana to pay for them? No, I don't. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Actually, I do. Would lose to Maniac Moon, but I would lose to Maniac Moon anyways, so I wouldn't care. So I think I Saga, Dryad Grazer, shoot. I have Orc Army token, which I intend to block with my Grazer. Oh, yeah, sure. Maybe just Dryad is better and have Pact for the next turn for the Dryad too. Grazer. There's also an option to kill the Orc Army. Not the Orcs. Because those don't attack well. But it's annoying with the ring. Oh, actually I'll die to Dryad being dead. So I won't have enough green even if I put the turf into play. Whoops. Was probably not great then. Maybe they will notice. Will I stream Arena Early Access? No, I think it already happened. Ragavan and Fable discarded, okay. I think the Arena Early Access already happened and I was not invited. I streamed the Explorer play in. I think I have the qualification for the weekend, so no reason to play in. Oof, not dead. How come you like discard those two and you have no play? Can't wait to play the 12 moon deck. Bro, you think you're like gonna wreck me, but I'll just simply never play Amulet again. That way I'll dodge the bullet. How dare they not invite the phenomenal control player? Well, it's not that they didn't invite me, it's that they did not invite me. As in, I didn't go out of my way to apply for that, and just ignore it. I wouldn't really like it. The scheduling is pretty inconvenient for me anyway, so. What could they be holding? Discarded Ragavan and Fable. They probably are holding lands in combat tricks and maybe a Ragavan. I think Bowmasters is likely not there, but it also seems fine not to draw. But now they confirm no Bowmasters, I can draw to make sure I have more cards. Can Jan scam Arg after MH3? No, it's gonna be a Nadu Arc and Warren Soul Trader Arc, as far as I can guess now. Holy shit, Scam is so weak. I used to fear Scam sometimes, but their deck is just so bad. Gonna play Not Dead after all now. Lol, I'm not even killing your Fable. Why did you do this? Seems like a waste of a card, my friend. Holy guacamole, we got them so well. Now I'll board my removals, my Track Tusk, my Generous End. I'll make the controversial play of cutting a Grazer on the draw because I really don't care. Alright, dismember on the draw for the lose. On the play, will not. I would have for sure expected you to board in relics. Is that an insult or what do you mean? Not an insult. I mean, relic stops Not Dead after all, which in their best hands happens turn 1, which is before you can play your relic, and then later on it's pretty bad, right? So it doesn't actually match up well against their things. How will I be combating Magus Merfolk with Amulet, Mr. Streamer? Simply by not playing Amulet at first. After which the Magus Harbinger of the Tide situation will solve itself because people will stop playing the card in non-mono blue Merfolk decks because a moon effect with blue and its mana cost is gonna be too awkward to support. After which I'll be free to just run the same deck list. Maybe with 1 or 2 random cards. If that plan doesn't work, because my statement isn't true, then I don't have any alternatives. I'm sorry. Navy Negral's disc deck. That sounds sick. I'll be playing Nadu and nice hand. Nadu and Warren Soul Trader, those are the two decks I'll be playing. I would say Eldrazi, but I guess Eldrazi is gonna be just as bad against that. Warren Soul Trader is the sack outlet, free goblin. It combos with Gravecrawler and something that benefits from killing. The living take their souls for granted. The dead know what they're worth. So here, for example, a relic would be actually terrible, right? I'm glad I don't have one. Point to Amulet and Fire Spout, leaving me with the ring and a 4/3 in play. Because I wouldn't mind a Dismember right now. There's gonna be 2 Hallelujah decks in 4 hours. I'll have to tweet them in 4 hours. Can anyone explain why Sorin doubled in price on Modo? Is that Sorin Imperial Bloodlord? It's probably because it's Pioneer season and it's a good deck and well, there was a sneak peek yesterday. I showed you the entire red-black deck I built for Wayfinder event. It's a red-black deck centered around this. Also have a mono-blue Eldrazi deck built around Blood Moon. Elder Deep Fiends. Well, yeah, I guess I live next turn and can play the ring. Well, the Flip Sorin couldn't double in price because it hasn't released yet. Oh, that's decent. Co to jest, bolcik? Curious. I don't think I can really win if like they bolt me, so I'll just draw. Could just be some trickery on my opponent's part. Wasn't trickery. Got this member on the play, especially since we've seen Moon and not Fake Moon. And let's go. Hi, I'm Magus Merfolk. Hello, Magus Merfolk. What kind of an idea was that to print a Moon? Was Storm's Wrath better than Ring there? Against Bolt, yes, but against a combat trick, no. No. I'll die to the bolts eventually anyways. I think I've been calling it Blue Magus. It's like the least words, and I can say Blue Magus instead of saying Magus of the, which is a mouthful. Alright, gówno. Not good. Clause between forest and Survey land, so I don't know what to do, and I have to decide now if I want to keep Boseju. Nimble Pilferer, solid. Ringster is good, generally speaking. Canister, will this deck survive MH3? No, it will no longer be a playable option because your opponent will be able to play a blue Magus of the Moon and then you'll die. Voidwalker. Bounce land. Ottawarra. I think I need the mana. I'll play the Boseju, it's close. I guess Ottawarra is a bounce land, holy shit. If you put it this way, then makes sense. Seems pretty bad not to block. Could be Bolt, but we had Bolt Passport. I don't know what for. If they play Moon, it's manageable because I ring and I have a forest. Black, black, red, blood moon. About one Boseju is in play, but how does early access work on Modo? There's gonna be like a special Modo server branch. I don't know what's the word for that. I really wouldn't like it for them to cast my ring. Possible they have this card. Grief cast, but then like I have a lot of life points. I think I can save the ring for another turn. They have proven not to hold a Bowmasters, so no more pressure will show up end of turn. Sideboarding Roxanne, I did, yeah.
Player.
-5 lol.
Maybe pacting for Roxanne was The best move here, indeed. But into open mana is likely gonna like make the Void Rocker flip. Oh, okay, I like that. It's fine. They cast it. Yeah, they had the trick. Yeah, if I Roxanne, they're just gonna, like, they'll obviously have a trick in hand, so if I Roxanne, their creature just becomes a 4/3. But I guess it does, like, stop living for a turn, which is an upside, but... Ay, ay, ay. So rough to play Boseju early. Somehow they have no pressure in this many cards. I attack for 0 life points. Fair, opponent, fair. Well played. Pro Masters, yes. Storm Raphonix. Not bad. Prefer a fire spot. They're likely gonna have another one. No? Play the Grazer because I'm limited on green. You draw 4 cards in their draw step. Of course I don't like that. And I'm drawing all Titans instead of the alternative monsters. I had Generous End earlier, so... guess I already drew it. Oh no, that's rough. That's really rough. Can't draw now. Come on, I deserve a Boseju now. There's 40 cards in my deck, so that's 2/3 of my deck, and I already drew 1 Boseju, so the other Boseju should be somewhere in the... Aveai spierdalaj. To frajerze. No i chuj teraz, co mam zrobić, no. Well, Spamber is not in my deck in this game, during this game. Two moons. Sorry, Dryad line. Well, Dryad line to do what exactly? There's a Blood Moon and a Blood Moon on the battlefield, so there's unfortunately no lines because best I can do is put some power and toughness into play and be dead to all of those. So I think a slightly unlucky game. What I truly needed was, you know, I bounced instead of that Otawara, and my opponent never wins this game. Alas, unfortunately, not what has happened, and start with an 0-1 start, but it's not like we haven't won challenges from this spot. Needed 9th mana for Dryad plus Titan. Well, issue is Dryad plus Titan doesn't do anything either. So I needed that kinda, but also didn't matter. What about jamming the second ring on that turn? I had 5 mana. Well, then my opponent would have sacrificed the second ring and cast it. Now drew the third, I guess, immediately. But I didn't know that either. It's not that I like heavily played around Angraf's Rampage, but the ability to for my villain opponent to have Angraf's Rampage was on my mind for sure. But also like what I actually played around was if I play the second ring, I legend rule this one. This one goes under Dolphy Voidwalker. And I for sure can cast a ring. Now, what could have been cool was maybe casting Roxanne instead of Explore on that turn, where I cast Explore. Pacting and relying on my Meteorite to do that. I would Roxanne shoot the Voidwalker, they would likely protect, but then that's not too bad. You know, I can unlock my mana and maybe have double green, so maybe that's something I should have done. I think it's actually likely that that was a line I was supposed to take, but I did not.
He's a phenomenal control player.
Polka, thank you for the sub. Any new good cards for this deck? A little bit, not much. Like cards that don't seem to be big deals, and that make me think that I would rather not commit mental energy to thinking about whether I should fit them. Although, of course, at some point I will. This the green creature land that you can fetch with Summoner's Pact, MDFC land, non-tuco for infinite combinations. Although non-tuco seems pretty embarrassing to draw often in Amulet, I think so. It's cool to have access to some infinite combinations, but also what for? Is there a place to view my MH3 deck lists? There is not, because I hadn't actually built many. Blue got too much, Amulet got nothing, yeah. True. Honestly, true. They should really pick up the pace when it comes to printing cool Amulet cards. They've been slacking. The Delirium land is not an Amulet land because you cannot achieve Delirium in Amulet. It's just impossible.
He's a phenomenal
If you look at my
control
graveyard,
player.
last game, it contained of a single Generous End. I'm in fact not playing those challenges up. I'm playing the pre-release tomorrow in the evening, and then I take Saturday off, and on Sunday I will only stream in the morning. So I'll play the vintage one, I guess. Raid Q7, thank you very much for the Prime sub. Flare plus Greater plus Saga equals Delirium. Holy guacamole. Like, the green land is obviously pretty powerful, but it's just not an Amulet card. It goes into a deck that actually builds around it and makes space for effects that synergize with it. The synergy in Amulet is pretty surface level and weak, right? It's just that it's a land, and Titan is a land deck. What if Party Trasher is a dredge card? Play it on turn 2 and then you discard on turn 3. It is not a dredge card. What if Birthing Ritual is a dredge card? An Asmo card? What if the blue land is an
He's a
Asmo card and
phenomenal
you're supposed
control
to
player.
play
Okuva,
Ulamog
it's all dredge cards.
with your food tokens that you have 10,000 of? Discuss. What if Veladamri Korvekdal is a dredge card? Well, that cannot be the case, but Fanatic of Ronas? Yeah, why not? Enteralize 4. 4. What if Flare of Denial is a dredge card? Alright, let's build a dredge deck with Flare of Daniel. 4 Flare of Daniel, 4 Narcomeba, 4 Praised Amalgam. Now 4 Merfolk Secret Keeper and 4 Deep Anal and 4 cards are colored model. Okay. So is it time to remove all of my MH2 decks? Tron. Who needs Tron? Sorin Slivers. Alright, I'll save Sorin Slivers. Maybe that's the reason why Sorin is spiking. Song of Creation. Alright, I'm saving Song of Creation. Shacks all spells. Alright, this one we can rebuild. Were there any updates to the WinCon? I guess Pentat Prism is gonna be tiny bit worse when your mana base is better. That's a bit awkward. Magda Changelings? I do. 1 Corvold. 4 Imperial Recruiter. Holy shit, they get a new Recruiter. Now, does it change anything? Clog of Omens, Corvold, Karthus and Graveshifter. What a toolbox. Mirror Entity, Masked Vandal, Shadow Spear. What happened to the font? Holy shit, Springleaf Drum looks awkward now. Five color. Five color Saga deck. 4 Springleaf Drums, 1 Ether Vial. Holy shit, what a deck that was. 1 Murmuring Bosk to fetch with Poseidon. This deck is like Harbinger of Tides doesn't exist. I mean, for the case of this deck, it's literally the same as Magus of the Moon. Like, that and Moon, like, yeah, Moon existed too, and like, didn't care with this deck. So, I mean, nothing changed for this. In the sideboard, we have 3 Thalia for the combo matchups, 1 Realm Walker for the grindy matchups, 3 Relics for the grindy matchups, 1 Platinum Empyrean, and 1 Sundering Titan for matchups. Kurwa, this deck. Urza Saga fetching Universal Automaton. Nice. Ile do rundki? No jeszcze trochę, ktoś tam zamula. Jakiś gracz. Restore Balance Geiga. O. I think this was an OTJ deck, and this was the 2-drop Jays, And this was Kellan's joins up. Proxies. Asmo got anything new for sure. Rhinos. Rhinos you can delete. Satoru Scam. Satoru Scam we can delete. Satoru Affinity. Satoru Affinity we can delete. Wait, it's not even a Satoru Affinity deck. It's no Satoru. Scam good and Scam metagamed. Scam metagamed. Well, I'll have to rebuild Scam anyways. Right, I'll explain myself. I think there is something broken with my the tool that measures how much electricity is getting spent. So every month a serviceman from the company has to come and like manually collect info from my thing, I guess. 1, 2, 4, 5, 6. So like he just kind of sits there and chills there for upwards of 10 minutes. It actually takes a while. Okay, it's fine. And I feel awkward talking to the microphone when he's like next there in the other room, so I decided not to talk for a brief moment after I let him in. I didn't play my amulets because I didn't want to expose them to prismatic endings before I needed to, and on turn 4 they will most likely tap out and then I can strike, force a solitude pitch. We knew it's always a Kahira deck. I do have a Ren on 7 now. I guess no spells in the graveyard, so it doesn't matter. It also seems like an Omnath variant, so no counter magic, so next turn I'll just summon Mr. Beast and win. Most likely. Oh, Boseju. Ay, ay, ay. What an unfair card, Boseju, I agree. I grab Kahira. I play Kahira, holy shit, that's your play now? To keep the other Boseju up? That seems odd.
He's a phenomenal control player.
You want to Boseju the bounce
Wizards
land?
should
No.
complete the Blood Moon, Water Moon Magus cycle so that every color can suffer equally. Bonus meme, weebs out double bonus meme, yee.
Awkward to spend time with the serviceman instead of playing when then getting thrown up against the Kahira deck. It's no subtlety, chat. Oh, I can see that, nice. Does Roxanne do anything against them? It, like, can harass planeswalkers, that's about it. I just wonder if Relic is fine against Ren or Sergio. Maybe it is, let's try it. Well, let's bring Roxanne. You can just go to 65, that's fine. I want to draw Saga slightly less often. Roxanne will be lonely in the sideboard, true. Does Angel need to have wings to be considered angels? No, I don't think that's a requirement. Faced Roxanne 3 times, didn't read the card yet. Well, it's about time, Johnstar, you read Roxanne, Tamio. All new important players in the modern format. More so Roxanne. If I draw a bounce land or vestige, then my hand is gonna be good. Smart ending, fair. Yeah, Bosseggio. Well, Bosseggio and more importantly, explore. Up, chic. Is Nathan qualified for the PT? I don't know. Actually, no idea. God bless you. Bless me after I sneezed out a little bit. Fair. Co tam robisz, Bosseggio? No dobra. My next major tournament. Well, I'm going to Amsterdam and like it has the GP like open event. which I'm playing, but I'm also... Nie, no weź spierdalaj z tą renową, kumplu. I am also playing the RC in Lille. Qualified. Yeah, Paprika. There is also the pre-release tomorrow. To tam zniszczysz. Magus in Gardens, sure. More like pooper cash. You funny one. They did not have a fetch land last turn. I guess we don't know that they didn't have it. Paprikash. Okay. But now they have the sorcery speed, the Osseju activation. Teferi. Unlucky to have drawn a land. The Osseju type. But if I draw a bounce land with the Spelunking, I can go bounce, bounce. Kill Ren. Because I think that's my last chance to do this, so I'll actually Pact for Grazer. And assume to like up my odds of hitting it. I missed and died. Roxanne, I mean, kinda. Looking kinda okay. Having a bigger deck means I draw forest less often too, so
He's a phenomenal
that's
control
also
player.
useful.
He's a phenomenal control player.
Zerg would kill Ren. Good for Zerg. Why is there no card with much score? There was a model update yesterday and it always takes 24 plus hours for current match score thing to begin functioning again. Spelunking is okay against the Ren lock. Makes it impossible for bounce lands to be destroyed before they give you mana. Well, I guess at least two of it. Am I thinking this deck is going to die? No, I'm just chatting. Amulet is gonna be this okay. Greed. How do we feel about Magus of the Sea? It's bullshit, obviously. Am I interested in any MH free cards for my Amulet list? Some, a little bit. Yes, I guess. Fake card, by the way. Yeah. It's a bit late to hold on to that hope. I think it will see much play. Well, for now I hope it will see 0. We'll see if that hope is going to materialize. I'd call it cope. Well, yeah, it's not gonna... It's gonna be played, of course, yeah. But like, what else am I left with? And like Merfolk, I'm not worried about Merfolk. Merfolk is actually not gonna be played, like that's whatever. But imagine, I don't know, decks with counterspell instead of decks with Merfolks. I could cast Titan in theory, but I don't think I like that. Because they leyline binding my greed, that's... You know, we could play around some interaction. It's not really that bad though. We have like a Tolera, West for Otawara, and a Harbinger of Tides match, right? Well, so what do you think is gonna happen when you bounce the Harbinger? What spell will they cast next turn? Like Titan is a 1/10 combo deck when it has access to sagas and gets double amulet consistently and just... does all of that. Co to robisz? Counterspell? Ale przegraliśmy, ma w rynówę z counterspellem, jestem rozjebany. Add Bosejo too. Classic reveal hand. That happens when you misclick though, when like you misclick revealing the hand you don't actually intend to. Slightly unlucky, I think. Also slightly unlucky to pair against the person who runs counterspell, that's just way too much. Non-scam. I got scam from scam, but I didn't know what to do and I just didn't finish the deck. Living and serious. Yeah, it looks pretty serious. Kappa Affinity. With Amulet of Vigor. Nice. Hammer, I'll delete. GDS. I'll delete. Esper? What's modern Esper? Oh, Esper Gorayo. Oh, I'll delete. Domain Zoo. I'll delete. TSP Blue White. Be gone. Creativity. Be gone. Some like old list anyways. 12 coffers. Let's keep this one. It was a prophetic deck. Breach. Maybe Tamio is like a better card for the breach style deck than Ragavan. Gives you a 1-drop to do something with while being not aggressive, but just, and it's a Mox Amber card. You can play Ragavan still. Can you read Tami together? Everybody is deeply familiar with Tamio, chat. John Star. Vintage challenge in 40 minutes. Honestly, I guess. So many meme decks I have to keep saved on my account. Cavern of Souls, let's say. Don't actually want to play like any of the cards that I had there. Holy shit. Huggins, Labyrinth. $20. If I only could spell Labyrinth, like it's one of those cards that I will not know how to spell. Labyrinth. Why then I? Matery Shaper gets cut. Prismatic Vista. Jest zajebista. Prismatic Vista indeed does find wastes. That's why we're gonna be interested in playing it. Prismatic Vista jest zajebista. Sanctum question mark. With no spells known in the deck, you want to add Sanctum. Y4S to cast my green cards and to have something fetchable off Boseiju. Green cards are gonna be the green Eldrazi because I liked them from their look. Steerings, I don't intend on playing Steerings. Because the green mana is gonna be fake, it's gonna be Cavern of Souls mostly. The World Anew, that's the one. Let's say 4. Miko Spawn, that was the name. Monka Boseiju Labyrinth, yeah, that seems like a blowout play if you have no basics to find. If we play Steerings, why not the 7-drop that makes you reveal it like once upon a time? Well, we don't play Steerings, so... This one was good. We have no early plays. Like no turn 1 plays. And the Eldrazi Lord seems pretty shitty. Eldrazi Mimic is an aggro card in this deck, which seems like decidedly not an aggro deck. Null Drifter seems hard to cast. Don't want to be playing an island. Can play like Dismembers and Talisman as my 1-drops. One Kozilek maybe, sure, Kozilek is Giga based. Alright, I've seen this deck on Spike stream and he had 2 sagas and so will I. Let's play Yavimaya Coast, bro. Over Cavern, and you think that's free? In order to play... What exactly did you suggest? Null Drifter, I guess. For Dismember, that's all of Dismember. We're gonna put 2 in the sideboard. MDFC Eldrazi 2, that's an option. I feel like I want some cards I can play on turn 1 and I don't have any. 2 drops, 3 drops, expensive drops. Because Mimic is a fucking aggro card, it's like doesn't make sense in this deck. Kozilek's command doesn't look like a modern power level card. That's what people might think, but 3 is pretty strong to me. The Lord is fine, but like the Lord, I don't know, this is not an aggro deck, it's an Emrakul deck more so. Guess this actually goes with those cards, cost-wise. So yeah, all this does make sense in there. If you were to play like the red Eldrazi that gives haste, and Battery Shaper makes sense in your deck, because then your deck is about attacking, and this deck is... It looks like it would need to have Chalice and have Chalice be good to actually function. And it's, you know, a mid-range build, wins the late game with Emrakul. I probably don't need to play 4 Emrakul. Yeah, Talisman of Resiliency was my other thoughts. Probably 4 Kozilek's commands seems like a lot too. You know what, actually it kind of sucks. The sagas, the Underworld Cookbook, there's one artifact to fetch. I just realized. Why doesn't it find Talisman of Resiliency? What is it actually named? Talisman of Us? I wonder why we aren't playing Etron, then you can play the green Eldrazi. Which, like, you could play Etron instead, yeah. The issue with Etron mana base then is that you have no way to find, like, a card of a Boseiju. Is it possible to make an aggro version? For sure it is. I'm not making an aggro version though, so like go to your favorite aggro streamer stream to see an aggro version being built. I literally don't care for aggro versions of things. The Gaia Reach, that's 9 mana for Emrakul. It's kind of expensive. That's your only way to do that. What do I care the most in the game? I care the most about not playing an aggro deck. That's all I got. Have I ever played an aggro deck at a big / important tournament? Played Heroic in a Pioneer Prelim, or even a challenge here and there. I played... Yeah, I played Mono Red at the PT once. I played Burn at a PT. But that was because they banned Titan and I didn't ban Summer Bloom and I didn't have a deck. Yeah, I used to play a lot of Suicide Zoo, that's true. Back when Step Links was a staple card, what a time that was. Probably just want a second artifact for Uza's Saga. It's awkward because Charles is gonna stop it. But yeah, why wouldn't Costless Command be playable in Modern? It's like Scry 1. Well, that costs 3 mana to kill a Ragavan with it. Maybe that's why, but Yeah, 4, 8, 10. Green. I wish you could just declare that the X is 5 and just pitch it to the labyrinth. That would help. I'll give command a try. Green, Emra, cool, Eldrazi. Let me build a deck that I was actually curious about. Which is the Hallelujah Wayfinder deck. But actually, there was also like a black version of... we can build both. It was Warren, Soul Trader. Marry me, Twitch chat. Grave Craveler. Oh, Moda, why are you so slow? Why do I have a mismatched Gravecrawler from Double Masters? Marionette Master. Can we play the full art? I am avoiding full arts for now because other, like, I need to learn the cards, how they look. It's Apprentice. Long time until one becomes a master. I watched your video on Amulet yesterday. It was pretty good. Thank you. And everyone else in the chat, you should watch my video about the history of Amulet Titan. It's on YouTube. I think it's been pretty cool to make it, so you probably might enjoy watching it too. It goes through the entire history of the deck, which is pretty rich. Phyrexian Tower. When will the set release on MTGO? Next Tuesday at 7 p.m. EU time. How do you spell Chthonian Nightmare? Krenko Baron also combos with the new Gobos, right? I don't know what's Krenko Baron, so... Possibly. Alright, we can play full art. So it's CHTH Onion Nightmare. What does it mean? It's the set released at 7 p.m. and there's a challenge at 8 p.m. Yeah. But it's not long enough to actually get any card, I think. Onion? It means onion? What? Onion. Okay. Onion nightmare. Oh, my match has started. Chad, we need a deck for the vintage challenge if you want to double Q though, so... Any suggestions? Lurus, it's impossible to double Q a blue vintage deck. Coda Jewel. No, that's a great suggestion. Very curious. Off of Druids is a blue deck, it's impossible to double Q. I played with it in the last challenge I played. It's fine. Can join with white monsters. And a new deck. Playing this deck is actually a pain because you mana screw yourself half the time and you die. I think I would rather play Jewel. Because with Jewel you like at least play 10 spells and win. Almost have a Jewel deck on my account too. Hey Jewel. Jewel shops. Bazaar with Warhammer cards. New blue MDFC is gonna be so much better than Seagate. I don't think I even have Seagate in my deck. Well, here it is. I have to. Wow. I think I have some ideas for some cards to play in Jewel. That would be interesting. Can't quite remember now what were those. Lattice in the Cyber a meme. Sort of. Easier to double Q white or dredge than that. The problem with dredge was that dredge is just unplayable. But at least I wouldn't need to rent it. It sucks that they have to use Creeping Chill, not my favorite card. That I'm not worried about. I find Creeping Chill to be fine. More so worried about the fact that everyone plays Wasteland now and it's just impossible to not get Wastelanded every single time. Oh, Broski. Sweet summer child. We have Delirium, that's true. Well played, opponent. I guess we are in the O2 bracket, so something to be said about that. It would be fun if they fetch planes and just try again. Come on. Okay. This time for sure, friend. But it's like, I can do it all day, yeah. I think they have a third one. Char, what do you think of the coin flip blue-red counter spell? I think it would be funny if it would end up being actually good enough to be played. And then just imagine we could have a spot where there is a Pro Tour Finals and it comes down to a literal coin flip. Like it just comes, you know, game 5, it comes down to a situation where it either flips heads and gives your opponent, like, flips heads and one player wins, or flips tails and the other player just wins. I do hope it sees no play, and it does make me angry too. Actually, that's my, like, true reaction. I hope they flip an actual coin if it happens on coverage. No, you know, rules as written. Not going sideways and being like, oh, actually, roll a die. Yeah, exactly. There is randomness in a card game already, but it is interesting how a literal coin flip feels so much different than the other option, right? Okay, if they play the district, I guess I'll play an amulet. Didn't want to play into stubborn denial. Shrine of Draco, no niezła Draco. I mean, that card in specific is just a bad design. Yeah, such a bad design. I mean, is Fiery Gambit. Is this a good design or a bad design? It'd be so much better to search forest. No, not really, I don't think so. What new cards do you try an amulet? I actually don't want to try any. I just want to play old cards amulets or a different deck. Punished, kinda. Not really, a bit. Villain has no Giganta, but also has Naya lands. So it's not really the counterspell deck, I don't think so. Two mana, destroy all enchants. That would be nice. Probably die next turn to 3-ball Flames. You're tired of seeing me losing? Then you should rewatch game 1. Now we're on the play, so I'm gonna win. No Storm's Wrath, many question marks and exclamation points. I, in
He's a
fact, do
phenomenal
not think
control
that...
player.
Hello streamer, which card would you eat if it tasted like the art?
No, I don't like Storm's Wrath against a deck where my opponent's main threat is 5 mana. Not 5 mana, 5 toughness. And that also plays Stubborn Denial and plays only a few creatures at a time. Just doesn't match up well at all. Tommy or Field Researcher, that's gonna be my answer. Or Arena Kiora, yeah, okay. But arguably, Arena Kiora is not a magic card, so depends on your exact definitions. No treasures. Yes, I take 4, indeed. Advantage in 5 minutes. Well, will I be able to finish this much in time? That's the criteria. What do you think, chat? Should I join Vintage with Dredge or not? I probably won't have fun. I'll have my Bazaar wastelanded and it's gonna suck. I think Dredge is really bad. Yes? Okay. Can join with Dredge Bloodghast. That's 13 cards on my sideboard though. Could use 2 more. Probably Dredge Ghoul is better. Join with Cabal Therapies. No, I don't have that built. I don't have Spokeswalker, so no, I can't build that in 2 minutes. Alright, I'll join with this. You convinced me. Just talking about the restriction vintage count as Bantok, it does not because they actually should perform changes. We need the growth chamber in hand, so good. Will Vexing Bubble ruin the format? Hopefully. Guess you can fetch it with Urza's Saga. DCF was that's actually how the command works. There's a bot connected to that, which automatically sends a message from my account if somebody redeems that, so it's actually a more mundane explanation than getting extremely giga lucky and doing it at the exact same time as I wanted to do it anyways. Kessig Wolfram. Just what I needed. Task in the current year, XD. John Julia. Nice. Nice pairing. Two track tasks. No bazaar, mulligan. Bazaar, non-mulligan. Dziękuję ci. Nie. O, dziękuję. Holy shit, I even got served dineros right now, Chad. I'll be eating this fish. I guess it is fish and chips. Literally, unironically. What kind of fish? I actually don't know. My mom actually goes on fishing trips yearly, like as a hobby. And then she brings some, and I don't know which one is it. Czemu piję w piątek? No nie wiem, dobra jest to. To co jem. Villain controls no monsters right now. Hello, Kanik. You haven't watched the stream in 1 year plus. Could you sum up what happened? Played probably 1,000 matches of Titan. Grant is kinda dead. I guess he's not even on YouTube anymore, so wouldn't be able to request it even if you really wanted to, but kinda just passes by. The most powerful time walk. I'm only facing John Julio in Vintage. Nice draw. If I had an option to reset for 1 year, you didn't get old or nothing, would I do it? I'm not sure what that means. I just travel back to where I was a year ago and the same thing would happen again, because on a macro level, universe is deterministic. Sleep for 1 year? Well, I would rather not sleep for 1 year. Hedge made in vintage, wow. Alright, anything that beats Hollow 1 on your deck? Oh no. I think that beats me. Maybe I draw Bazaar. It's crazy how bad Dredge is. And then villain boards 4 ley lines. Maybe not even, but We can do it. We can't do it. High confidence, low confidence. Holy shit. But it's kinda hateful. I mean, those are just mandate cards. But yeah. We can kill Magus, card market, it magic card, rapid hybridization versions, holy shit. Sorry for being the villain, yeah. Well, I see the games went exactly how I expected. Any vintage dredge match to go, maybe even better. I'm 2-1 in modern, so I guess we won the challenge, yeah. Well, we won in the challenge. Back when I started playing vintage, there was a Jeskai grindy deck, which was just called Jeskai. And it was a grind. It was a fair deck, no combos or anything, just like Dreadhorde Arcanist and value. Which had no wastelands. And I don't know why they didn't simply play wastelands. There were also PO decks which had no wasteland. But nowadays every fair deck has wastelands, and it kind of feels like that's because people just kind of caught up technology-wise rather than new cards being printed. But then with Lorien revealed, it's way too bad. Because now no one ever has an excuse not to play Wasteland, because you can like Wasteland, cycle, Lorien. Because of Saga, I guess. I guess previously Wasteland was just kind of bad in some matchups. And now it's bad in no matchups. So everyone plays it, that makes sense. I'm back. Every time I get back into Vintage, I find that suboptimal cards are used and it's months of streamlining. Yeah. I got that feeling a few times too. Also, I just realized that I was trying to type in the deck instead of just going import. Well. No zajebiście
He's a
się
phenomenal
zimportowało.
control player.
What are
Ale
you
chuj.
starting with in early access modern tomorrow?
Well, I will not be playing because I'll just go to my pre-release instead. So I guess I'm starting with nothing. But I would try this deck first. Or rather, I will once like I start actually playing. A lot of new cards. So that's a good sign typically. Why is it 59 cards? Okay, theater. Fairly profane, what's that? Is that the black land? 4 mana removal. What about Seasoned Pyro? This is a mono black deck almost. Not that Seasoned Pyro even like fits particularly well. Holy shit, every time I look at a deck that you don't have cards on mono for, it's just such an eyesore. The danger, you don't own this card frames really hurt me. Modern. It's the black deck without Bowmasters in it. It is, yeah. You absolutely play Bowmasters. I don't think Bowmasters is like the best card ever, and it's kind of weird to claim that it is, but it does have some synergy with the deck, so if you were to just play Bowmasters and a few failed pushes, that's the same deck. But you also have a mono black mana base. Oh, you should play Urza's Saga. No kurwa, powinienem w chuj. Bowmasters have an uptick with blue being stronger. Maybe. Probably still want a few fetches for Bloodgust. Spymaster's Vault. No kurwa co, jak się nazywa Spymaster's Vault? What's the name of that card, Chad? Do I just need to put a apostrophe here to actually find it? It's not Spymasters, it is Spymasters. New Grist, maybe. It's a mono black deck. Oni-chan, I have a... Any cool lands that reward me for playing mono black? Urborg. Well, I have to sell the ugly deltas now. They changed them. You could change your deltas any moment, Chad. You have to be careful. Kamigawa land. I'll probably play 2 more swamps. Maybe you get to play some colorless lands. I guess you do play Phyrex and Tower. But like you have cards that have 1 colorless. Demolition Field, like there has to be something better. Maybe like just Mutavault. Mutavault also a secret zombie. Oh, let's play 6 swarms and 2 Mutavaults. Can't play too many non-swarms because of Spymaster's Vault. Right now we have 10. Like 18 real lands for Malaki Rebirth.
He's a phenomenal control player.
How long for round 4? Bro, I don't know. 7 more matches playing? Something broken. Something has broken. They are still in game 1. This channel is just fried. It's not happening properly. The combo is Warren Soul Trader, Gravecrawler, and Marionette Apprentice, and then you just pow your opponent. If you're behind in life total, can the deck still combo off? Yes, you deal 1 damage and better. Like Marionette Apprentice, first you can have 2 apprentices on the battlefield. And second, you can have... You deal 2 damage per 1 life spent. Looks pretty medium, a zaraz ci wypierdolę z tego czatu, nie? Za takie gadanie, że medium. Jesteś kurwa medium. Kind of like what Red offers. I guess. An issue for a deck like this could be Leyline of the Void. Here I also put 2 Mayhem Devils in this deck, and if you have a Mayhem Devil, that's also another card that deals 2 damage per every life point spent. So if you have 2, then like if you have 6 total, it's easier to have 2 at the same time. How do you call it? Salt Rudder combo. Ugh. The green Potence Hammond could be interesting with these cards, perhaps. I think the challenge is broken and it's just not gonna happen. It's good, I was 1-2, so they're gonna refund me. Alright, let's read Krenko. It's the MKM Krenko. Baron of Tin Street. 3/3 haste for free. Sack an artifact, put a counter on each goblin. Whenever an artifact is put into your graveyard from the battlefield, you may pay a red. If you do, create a 1/1 red goblin creature token, gains haste until end of turn. Sure, I mean, like, Mario Apprentice also makes your opponent lose life through Leyline. Oh, I see that you don't have Gravecrawler, but you do have the tokens. Sure. But Goblin Matron, which you can also reanimate a bunch with also nerf. Is that a 2-card combo? Yeah, it's a 2-card combo, but that doesn't do anything. Also, as you said, no card draw, no tutors, just Lucksack it in a deck with Stitcher Supplier and Chthonian Nightmare to assemble the combo. I appreciate your comment. Did I invent Amulet Titan? You can watch the video linked in the chat right after your message. It's going to clarify for you the origins of Amulet Titan. But you could also like say my deck while talking about the deck that I'm playing and not a deck that I have created. I think Vantage is also gone a bunch of matches at 0-0. So I think we might not be successful in getting to play it. Restart client. Maybe it's on my end, but we'll see. Does this deck have an infinite damage combo? Not an infinite, but it does have a finite deal a lot of damage combo. Holy shit, there was a bar announcement today and I didn't know.
Yeah, Jorge from the Coast, match designer, and also member of the Popper format panel. With advantages and maintains Popper in its ban list. While I may be the one talking here, all 7 of us talk all the time throughout everything. We share deck lists, talk through event results for Ben games, and share trends for using Popper, not only online, but also around the world as our members span.
Unanimous. I could have just printed that uncommon. Yeah, and like give ground to pauper players. Come on. What do you mean? Well, you just make a sacrifice. You print a set uncommon to appease pauper players. And, you know, in this situation, you can just print it that common and then you ban it and it's a common in the draft. 1 hour, 7 minutes. Let's go. Isn't there a bug? Well, it seems like it. Hmm. What a choice, by the way. It's not a modern tournament with MH. I will not play in it because I'll be in Warsaw playing in the Paprikash tournament instead. Also, it's Popper. I would play the next month's one, which is modern, but I won't be able to because it overlaps with my showcase challenge. Popper, Geddon, and Pisa. Oh, ha, ha. Not enjoyable. Are we rewatching? He's just repeating himself a lot of times. There's 4 more minutes. Alt Farah Pentley, let's go. Remove bridges. Familiar seems really strong. It's a very Popper-like card, but it's also synergizes with everything, and it's also black, and the affinity decks are black. I think we're not gonna play any extra rounds today, unfortunately. I'm not a Popper player, but I really respect how the Popper metagame is being handled. Fair. It's easier to do that when the Popper cards are free. I have a sealed league open. But yeah, it's like probably easier to pre-ban a card that's gonna cost 5 cents. The plating rather than,
He's a phenomenal
you know,
control player.
a new planeswalker. They changed the fonts yesterday. I have to sell my old fetch lands because I can't look at them now. And they also worth a lot, and they will be worthless as people sell them for being ugly. Can taking, thank you very much for your prime sub. I know that Moro tweeted about an issue. It does seem like there is an issue. That's why there is 7 matches still going on with 1 hour 16 minutes. Emrakul Eldrazi. The Sparring Spike, yeah. I actually net decked him. See, 4 Kozilek's command. He's not playing the One Ring. No, he's playing the One Ring. Sideboard Prismatic Vista, yeah, I've seen that too. I guess the Thief of Existence is in the sideboard, but like it seems pretty good to play to me. And the deck is also not playing Chalice, I don't know. Vexing Bauble seems based. I think the real build is low to the ground Eldrazi making use of the Ancient Tombs. Oh yeah, because those Eldrazi's don't make use of Ancient Tombs. There'll be another build, but like a build like this is going to be better at taking... actually using the Ugin's Labyrinth, because if you need to curve out and you have random 7 cost monsters in your deck, you will not curve out. But if you don't need to curve out and you can actually cast your 7 cost monsters, which I think the Sowing Miko spawn is like really smart and strong, then it makes more sense because you can like play like a Dismember, a Kozilek's command, then you can play the Miko spawn. Then you can play another Miko spawn, maybe kick the other one, slow your opponent down by taking down their land. That means that even against Amulet and Throne you have relevant interaction. very spike deck to not do anything for a few turns and home opponent does nothing to interrupt you before you do something very powerful. Yeah, well, that's why I wouldn't be excited to play Null Drifter maybe. It's a bit passive. It's actually very passive, like all he does in the early turns is nothing. Yeah, not a fan of that. Like I would just main deck Thief of Existence to try to use cast it turn 2. Sometimes it's gonna matter. It doesn't actually like do all that much if there's no target for it though. Maybe they take that Carved Out at 2 and it went 9-0 versus their Testing Gauntlet. That's funny. So yeah, it seems like it's kind of maybe just hard to use Emrakul. They didn't print any actual ways to discard it, so it just has Madness as a flavor text. Four Mimic, 4 Thief, 4 Linebreaker, 4 Null, 4 Devourer. Sure, like that's also... That sounds fine, that does sounds fine, it just sounds like a different deck. And then... Wait, you have Null Drifter? In a deck like this, that sounds pretty bad. That's kind of... against... No, that doesn't really go well with haste monsters, and like you need to play Karplush Forest or Growth of the Burning Willows. So you... I guess Null Drifter is not fully a blue Eldrazi, you can play it without blue mana. Kinda. Or like with not enough sources. Yeah, I struggled with that too, Maquinsas. Not being able to fetch waste meant that you kind of need to play colored Eldrazi's to have some basics in your deck, but it's still kind of sketchy. With the cookbook you can discard Emrakul. Holy shit. That's true. The Boseiju issue is real, and if your opponent Boseiju's your Ugin's Labyrinth, even if you get a basic, you're down a card. That really sucks. But also, folks like to suggest playing Eldrazi Mimic. But I keep thinking about Mimic. And bro has 1 toughness over there. Really, you just can't play it. I mean, people play Bragavan, but it feels not the same impact. Can I explain Madness? If you discard Emrakul, you can instead cast it for 6 mana. Mimic equals Ragavan, literally the same card. It's pretty similar, I guess, in function. And if you don't want to, you can play the Eldrazi Lord for 2 mana. That betrays, so that is an option if you really can't stomach playing that 1 toughness monster. Am I preparing a drag usage utensil? It's actually a laser that I use to make my cats run around. What happens if I laser into the camera? Holy shit, don't look into the cam now. You can damage your eyes. Am I a Jedi? No. Why don't people play the Eye of Eugen? It's banned. Why Canister is not on Pro Tour? Doesn't he have some points from the past? Yeah, why doesn't he? Good question. So yeah, I guess you can play like... Okay, we can put together aggro Eldrazi like to actually pound villains, but just don't have enough cards for the labyrinth, I feel like. Eldrazi line breaker. I guess we'll play Devourer of Destiny. We're gonna be blue, red. Eldrazi Mimic. That brings the end. That heralds the end. Do I have another build? I do, but not on Modo yet. So I can't show you right now. Coatal. Let's play the... Kind of for the lose. Let's play the Lava Spike monster. Lava Spike. Mana Spike. Force Spike, yeah. That's the spike I've been thinking of. Obligator to have more creatures pingable by Bowmasters. Sounds insane. I am immediately adding the card to my deck. We have 8 7-drops. Smasher is kind of cringe, but this is an aggro deck and it works well with Mimic and with Linebreaker and Obligator. Need a few basics. The land creature Eldrazi. What's that? Don't hate, but Ragavan. Yeah, we need a few more colorless. A few more pingable monsters. Oh, the land creature Eldrazi. Yeah, it's kind of gonna suck in this deck. No Chalice, no time to play Chalice when I attack my opponent. Dawn. Is the new green 4 land Eldrazi better than Smashable? It's not better at attacking. Simple chat. We either attack villains with Eldrazi's like that, or we ramp and play the One Ring and then just kind of have no early plays like that, which is an issue. Wait, we have the Chalice, like, that's at least something. It does stink to have 2 Saga, 1 Saga target. And we do have some interaction in this deck. We have Olistas, Mycospawn, Podnotzir, Thief of Existence, Chalice. Like, I guess it is mostly interactive cards, right? So it's not like your deck doesn't do anything. Like, you will presumably get into a spot of the game where you just cast the Devourer. How do you win versus Amulet with this? You cast Thief of Existence, exile Amulet. You cast Thought-Not-Seer, take Titan. You cast Chalice on 0, lock Pact. You cast Emrakul once they deploy Titan. Like, it seems like you do have some game. Probably not a good matchup though. You play Sowing Mycospawn, exile a Swing Growth Chamber. That seems solid. Kinda dead if they deploy a ring though. Can try to help yourself with some needles. Eye of Eugene, reducing only 1 mana cost, be unbannable and a worthy addition to the format. Well, then that wouldn't be an Eye of Eugene, it would be just like a land. How do we cast Emrakul? You kurwa no, you tap mana and cast it, bros. 6 of it. So you like fetch Saga and you like cast it. You can fetch Sagas with this to get this, or you can fetch Kaya Reach. But it's kind of stinky. Like, the Saga is not so good in this deck and all of that. Or you just ramp a little bit with talismans. But we would need to fit more talismans. I don't like talisman too. Like, if you go Labyrinth, Talisman, dismember your 1-drop or 2-drop play ring, you did just pay a whole bunch of life, which might be an issue. Because you just played a ring and there's no life gain in your deck. Does this gain life in some secret mode? It does not. Yeah, I see some problems, but it's not too bad. Talisman seems very good with the Eldrazi land. If the Eldrazi land is Ugin's Labyrinth, then yeah. If it's Eldrazi Temple, then not so much. But yeah, it does let you play Miko Spawn on turn 2. Maybe you just don't play Ring. But then why do we want to go to 4? There's no way you don't play Ring. See, like, well, if you impose stuff like that on yourself, then it's hard. But I think Talisman of Resilience, like, should try to play more of it. Maybe Emrakul is bad. Yeah, for now I'm building with a stipulation of trying to, like, have an Emrakul deck. If that doesn't work, then... If that doesn't work, then Emrakul is bad and you don't play it. How are the challenges? 1 hour 35. Classic. You do need 7 drops still. Which I guess this could otherwise be Null Drifter. Is there a 7 drop that can be cast for less? It's Null Drifter. That can be cast for 3 mana. What are the main modes on Kozilek's command? Make Scions. You draw your cantrip and Scry X and cantrip. Exile a monster. This even has been cancelled by an administrator. Holy shit, I got 300 play points. Playing Scion on turn 1. Scion of Draco. That sounds horrible. MH3 review with Soreg and Yendrek. Holy shit. Ale ma czuprynę sodówę, ja pierdolę. Number 10. Lost in the Sauce. I mean, this, like, they tried playing this card, people who've been playing so far. Spike Dingo on their stream. And it's not absolutely outlandish to put it into your deck, and I find it giga cringe that it is not absolutely outlandish. And I don't know. I didn't want to watch Kaneki play Amulet anyway. Holy shit. Like how Sonic hasn't said a single word yet. If you were working for what you see as a set reviewer like in Lothar, would your node have been for coin flip? Yes, I would complain about it. I would complain about it being a little bit too strong for a coin flip card for my liking. How can 6 be number 10? Why did 6, 8, 9? Because 7 tends 4. What if they put a coin flip card in Assassin's Creed? I'll do the same. Reap. Compensate players who had earned wins later today. Yes, I got a single win. Holy shit, that's just like actually Blood Moon, so it's not even different. I have to say that until yesterday, I was convinced that this is an ETB. But it's actually just an attack trigger, which I guess is worse than ETB. If you were designing a set and you put your cats in it as a card, would you make the card strong or weak? I'll make the card weak so that villains would lightning bolt Tofu rarely. Because I don't know how Majors is gonna feel about his dog getting bolted and pushed. Bone Crash stomped on by Bone Crash Giant. Living the rest of its life in solitude. I don't know what's the flavor explanation of getting solitude, but dismembering. I don't know. I would make Tofu like an unplayable token so that he wouldn't actually endure those treatments. Is there a reason for Majors getting his dog an MTG? Well, he worked on the set, so that he just put it in there. Again, a World Championship card, would I include Tofu? No, I would include Buka before Tofu. Honestly, Tofu is a gremlin that is tough to live with sometimes, while Buka is a extremely cool and sweet cat. Primal players. I guess what card is number 1? It's Tamiyo. Holy shit, I guessed. It's decisively better than Ragavan. I mean, yeah, like for Yendrix, dealing damage doesn't matter, so I guess for him it is true that it's decisively better than Ragavan, but I think it is fair to say, like, if you play against Scum, I would much rather lead on Tamiyo turn 1 than on anything else. At my point, Grief scams me, and I just shrug, attack, make a clue, and just, I don't know, play push, bolt, whatnot on the Grief, and I just attack again, and I have 2 clues, and I have undid your Grief scam. So I can see that, but I mean, I guess Amulet, Tamiyo seems like not quite a blank, but really glacial. Like, it's still 1 mana, so like you still gain value that you can then draw those cards EOT, so this is not close to being a blank, but it is not all that meaningful for the first few turns of the game, I guess. I don't know, bros. 2 mana draw a card is kind of expensive. I mean, it's fine. Like, the clues in play, that just means, like, if you play a grindy matchup, that just means that you have those cards. And you can just play in a way where you just spend your removal to prolong the game and just play control. And then, like, flipping it is possible, right? And then flipping doesn't cost mana anymore, and it puts a clock on your opponent. What's my favorite card from the set? Nadu. Pink blue means this card can make the red enchant. You mean Breach? Yeah, it seems pretty good in Breach. Breach is also like a combo deck that wants to have a backup plan, but like it played Ragavan because it's legendary and it does something on turn 1, but Tamiyo kind of fits better into Breach because you just mostly want to kill your opponent with a combo. So you take less value from the damage, so the downside of having 0 power is mitigated. Discount Emery. Well, you can just maybe not play Emery because now you have Tamiyo, which doesn't have the Emery upside of mill for cards, but Emery is kind of shit, right? And Tamiyo can be your way to transform 1 blue mana into Mox Amber mana, right? What about Tamiyo Saga? I mean, it pumps the tokens. Sure. Because I like, whenever I played Breach, I felt like Emery is just pulling my deck, pulling the power level of my deck too much. And it felt like a liability, that's the word I was looking for. It was just a liability having to play Emery, but it was the best legend, and this is much better. Emery's not the same anymore since Duffy. No, there was Graveyard Hate before, but like, it's just... It just needs setup and pays you off with a Dark Confidant. That's also... doesn't always work. I think Sonic doesn't have a card number 1. Oh, that's Sodek's favorite card. Chad, do you think they meant to not do to go to say ability close parenthesis here, this ability triggers only twice each turn? Tamio better in Legacy, question mark. I mean, maybe, I don't know, doesn't matter to, like... Doesn't matter to the discussion of whether you want to play Tamio in Modern, so sure. That quotation ending is super intentional. Just when I first read Nadu, I read it as this ability only triggers twice per turn, period, but then I read it again and it was like, holy shit. Well, at first I didn't read Nadu too closely because it's also a rainbow legendary, and I think this was like the first variant that I've seen. I was like, yeah, whatever, it's some commander bullshit, I don't care. And I just skimmed over the ability and I was like, yeah, some value, cool. But then somebody like posted a picture of this in Shuko and I was like, okay, I read this, and I was like, holy guacamole, this is actually just draw your deck with Shuko. Creatures you control have disregard that canister. It's a bunch of commander bullshit. Yeah, turns out it was not. So we can maybe look at mana value greater than or equal to 7. Colorless. Modern. What cards can we pitch? There is 138 cards you can pitch to Eugene's Labyrinth. Let's make a tier list of those. All of them. Chroma's Memorial. Seems crazy. Imagine having an Emrakul with flying, First Strike, Vigilance, Trample, Haste, and protection from black and from red. It seems to contain the Void cards, yeah. Aladdin's Ring, holy guacamole, 8 damage. Excuse me, 4 damage for 8 mana. All its dust, actually a good option. Arcane Proxy, I guess it's can be fake cast, but it's 1 blue is a pretty not really doable. But no, that's out of the question. Blitz Automaton for the aggro build, so you can play a 3-2 haste or a 6-4 haste or exile it, I guess. Birthing Hook, ETB, make 2 Scions. Wow. This is, I guess, a colorless card on the land side. That's why it searches. Bosch, Breaker of Armies. All creatures able to block Breaker of Armies do so. Boulder Branch Golem. Nice option. Breaker of Creation. For 8 mana we get, when you cast a spell, you gain 1 life for each colorless permanent you control. Hexproof from each color. Annihilator 2. 8 mana, that's like Eldrazi Titan range, almost, so. Cityscape Leveler. Cockwork Dragon. I wish a cock would work my dragon. Combat Thresher. Can combine with Ephemerate to get a free double strike. Deceiver of Form. Deceiver of Form, I kind of have bad memories with. Day 2 of Pro Tour Oath of the Gatewatch. I sat down to do a draft. And I open and pack one, pick one. I see this monster, Deceiver of Form. And I'm like, holy shit, this is so big, I have to pick it. But the pack also had Isolation Zone. A strong removal spell at common in white. But I said, no, I'm taking Deceiver of Form. Then I passed my pack, I grabbed the pack passed to me. What do I see? Another Deceiver of Form that somebody decided not to pick. And I said, yeah, I guess I'm committing to the bid. I'm taking the second one. And I was indeed deceived. I ended up with a shitty banned deck that had no rhyme or reason and a bad mana base. I just didn't have enough playables to build a 2-color deck and I didn't know what colors to draft. And then in pack 3, it was Oath of Battle for Zendikar, but pack 3, somebody passed a Gideon Ally of Zendikar to me like pick 5. So if I picked the Isolation Zone and just picked white cards on the first 2 picks, I would just have a very nice, reasonable white creature deck. But instead I had those 2 stupid idiots and yeah, I had a Gideon I could barely cast. So that's how it played out. Worldbreaker could be good to pitch. Yeah, if you don't want to play Emrakul, you can play Worldbreaker with green and just kind of have a land destruction angle in your deck with Sowing Mycospawn and Worldbreaker. You just destroy your opponent's lands. You have 21 lands and 4 Talisman of Resilience. I guess we don't need Gaia Reach. Can play a few more green sources. I guess we have the Talisman. What do you think, chat? Land Distraction Eldrazi's. Could play some like an Eldrazi Titan or two, but you already have 10-7 drops to cast. That just exile on cast. I don't like Worldbreaker. Okay. Is there an Eldrazi that gains you life? Like a big Eldrazi that gains you life. I guess we're gonna find it if we're gonna keep scrolling. Oh, this one, the Breaker of Creation. Because it would be really nice to have some life gain in your ring deck. But it's a little bit too much of a limited card and costs 8. Maybe there is something better. Did you rule out Karn Liberated for the land distraction theme? I ruled Karn for not being an Eldrazi, but maybe that's not a deal breaker. Also counts lands? Oh, kurwa. That's true. Holy guacamole. Hexer from each color. Maybe this is just good. I mean, it seems worth having access to, like, getting gained a bunch of life. It's also a breaker, so we can, like, call it breaker. No, it's not a breaker. Yeah, it is a breaker. We can call it a breaker theme deck. I mean, we do want a World Breaker still, but gonna have 2 World Breaker and 2 Breaker of Creation. So we're gonna call it Properties Green Breaker Eldrazi's. Play a Sanctum. Sanctum Wogan sounds really good to have, yeah. Maybe even some older utility land. Anything comes to mind? Otherwise, we're just gonna be grabbing Eldrazi temples with it, which seems not too bad. If we have some breakers to ramp to. We're gonna break and devour opponents. 61, by the way. Plus zone is always good. I think with Spikes and Dingoes testing that Kozilek command was the strongest card in the Eldrazi deck and always wanted 4. See, so your take is based by testing from their stream, while Alp MTG just hates on the card without having played with it because it looks cringe. So I have to weigh both of your opinions. The same amount. But yeah, I guess I'm down to try a bunch of Kozilek's commands, see if it's good. But I did not realize this guy gains you life per every land. Realize. Yeah, 10 is... It's not gonna gain you 10, but yeah. In a longer game, maybe. This... I have a Haruruya Wayfinder deck that's blue Eldrazi and has Elder Deep Fiend. Realize is the way. Ja, kurwa, nie jest Realize. I just said Realize and it's... Okay, is it American versus Brit English? No, let's Realize, come on. So my Elder Deep Fiend version had Matter Reshaper. Which is a bit embarrassing, but like Matter Reshaper is good to sacrifice to it, so that's why. Emrakul, Emrakul, Emrakul. No, cool, fuj. Any aggro Bruce with red hasty dude? Yeah, we have Eldrazi. Aggro Eldrazi, where is it? Red aggro Eldrazi's. This has only 8 monsters to pitch to. The Labyrinth has 24 lands. I don't know if that's probably too many, right? And doesn't have Kozilek's command in the main deck, so it's either genius or unplayable. Does the Eldrazi Lord reduce the cost of emerging Eldrazi? Yes. It does not reduce the cost of Emrakul, because Emrakul asks for 6 specifically colorless manas. But it will make Emerge cheaper. Herigast, Erupting Nullkite. Carnot. It that betrays, all will be harvested. It of the Horrid Swarm. I think the Kozilek Broken Reality might be cool in one copy if you have Sanctum in your deck. But yeah, a deck like this, Green Breaker Eldrazi's, it's going to suck if your opponent plays an Emrakul version of the deck against you. It seems like they will just own you. Also, a thing I like about Worldbreaker in a deck like this is that it is actually a way to answer the One Ring. Which otherwise your deck does not have, and it's a slow deck. So you kind of need that. Does this have anything? This does not have any abilities, it's just a 6/6 in play. Exile something. Doesn't Thief do that? Oh, kurwa. Holy shit, this deck is great. Yeah, it does. Thief was created to hate you on Teferi according to devs. Yeah, I've heard that. I don't quite get like why Eldrazi's. Like, does Eldrazi feel like a deck that's particularly affected by Thief? By Teferi, maybe? I guess it's expensive creatures, so they're weak to getting bounced, but... So, like, you discourage Teferi Plus this way? But I don't fully understand that. Yeah, Kozilek's command is Tribal. Excuse me, Kindred. This memory looks like the meme with water. What does that mean? Break Eldrazi? You already broke Eldrazi. Breaker Eldrazi's are the future. Can put one more funny Eldrazi in the deck. Break Dredge. Tomorrow maybe. Breaker of Armies? No, that's too many breakers. We already have the breaker section of this deck. It's over there. I guess we're gonna put one all this dust in the sideboard because it's useless in the mirror. And we're gonna put a Kozilek, the Broken Reality. This looks nice and all, but I don't think Chalice is good currently. If Chalice doesn't need to be played, then I'll be relieved and I'll just get 4 slots in my deck. Holy shit, Kozilek, the Broken Reality, so it fits right in. Breaker Eldrazi's. Why did no one point that out? Probably can do just one Breaker of Creation for Sanctum. Maybe you can have like a second Sanctum even. Or something. Kiki Mirror Breaker. You'll find you can ramp like crazy with command. Cards, nuts. Alright, let's put 4 commands in there to not forget. If you don't play Chalice main deck, you can maybe play the Bobble. Instead, main deck. Vexing Bobble, like just put 2 random Vexing Bobbles in the main deck. NGL, Miko isn't worth giving up the Tron lands. Well, what about Thief of Existence? They seem pretty worth it to me. Would be what? If you don't play Tron lands, you will not have basics to fetch off of Bosseggio. You get 4 caverns on Eldrazi's, that sounds pretty solid. And this gives you just interaction, that seems good. Vexing Bobble and Relic of Progenitus, okay. I mean, like, if you don't play Charles, you have kind of blank early game, but maybe it's fine. Kozilek, Butcher of Truths. Let's put Kozilek in the sideboard. Chalice in the sideboard. Alright, this was not Jason. Taiwan Chalice owns some decks. Yeah, it's gonna be in the sideboard. At this point, why not play Ulapog instead of Kozilek? Because, I don't know. Good question though. Yeah, Ulamog is not a breaker, that's why. It doesn't fit the theme. I mean, these cards are sweet, but the whole thrown into Karen slashering thing is still better. Quote me on that. Alright. Remember to coin Hugh_Jess when the time comes. Curse Totem. Times 2. And then we're gonna have Null Elemental Blast times 4. Anything else? The challenge broken in theme with the Eldrazi's. Do I think Talismans is needed? I don't know if it's needed, but it seems like probably like one of the better cheap cards I can play. Can I play right now these cards? I cannot, no. Foundation Breaker, that fits the theme. But I really don't want to set Cavern to that. Null Elemental Blast, it hates on colorless cards. This is good if we keep it and draw the second Eldrazi Temple. See? Turn 1, nothing. Turn 2, Eldrazi Temple. Kozilek's Command X2. Turn 3. Kurwa, no nie wiem co, no. One Ring. Seems medium. Alright, turn 1 Labyrinth. We get a Giga Scry. We exile this. We play Talisman. Then we draw a card. We play Temple. We have 5 mana for Eldrazi's. So I can play Kozilek's Command X3. So then we get to Scry free and we get to cast Breaker of Creation next turn. Because let's say opponent does nothing, then we go make 3 Scions, 3 spawns, and then Scry, then draw, and we draw Breaker. And we cast Breaker, which is unkillable. I don't know, it looks good to me. And we have like 2 interaction spells in the hand too. If my opponent is trying to do something. The Talisman seemed pretty strong. This has Temple and a Giga Scry. So we scry a Thief of Existence to top. Go Cavern. Then you go Temple, Thief of Existence. Is it 3/4 too? This is lots of toughness. And then turn 3 I play Fodnot Seer. Turn 4 I play Fodnot Seer. Turn 5 I Kozilek's Command and I cast Devourer. That does seem like a modern deck. This is a Mulligan. Here we put back Kozilek and we Giga Scry. Got Temple. Got nothing, Fodnot Seer. That's a bit rough. But the Eldrazi Temple doesn't cast rings, so I kind of need like a Talisman too. I don't know, I need to sleep on it. MH3 is going to be legal on Modo next Tuesday, and after that I'll stream a whole bunch. I will be streaming and streaming and trying out the decks, but for now we just kind of stare at the screen. Will I play the Tuesday 10 p.m. challenge? I do not know yet. I probably will be impossible to get the cards in time. Will there be drafted? I won't say no, but probably people are gonna be interested in constructed much more than that. I did not test Amulet with any new cards. I did not play with any of the new cards. Early access is tomorrow, Kaneki. Yeah, but it's overnight for EU and I go to play my night pre-release, so I will only play on Tuesday. See you tomorrow. There's gonna be a stream tomorrow. I'll attempt to play prelim if it fires. If it's not gonna fire, then I will not play it. Take care.